Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I'm breaking my rule. I didn't really make it a rule, but when we started streaming the Apollo Justice trilogy again, I was primarily sticking to water while playing because it's better for the voice, right? I do have a monster next to me because I had So I took home leftovers, but I'm still going to say that I had a big dinner because I went to an Indian place and had the Hyderabadi or something like that, I think is the name of it, chicken. And it was good. But I am full and afraid I'm going to fall asleep. So. Well, baby Athena, I guess. With a sword. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. Well, there's Blackquill committing murder, I guess. Is that what got him in the clink? Or was that just allegedly what he did? No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. What an intro to this episode. Hi, your mom. How's it going? Can you hear the game okay? It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. All good? Okay, awesome. Thank you for confirming. I have the the audio bars to look at and such, but not always 100% certain, Alright, we're on the Write Anything agency, where we write anything, except lies. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. I mean, doesn't she have an alibi, though? Just saying. I feel like she probably has an alibi. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, I still believe it was. At least, based on what we know. But now, Athena's the only one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This letter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. Been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. No, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I want to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned, so Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. You got any ideas, buddy? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks? I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It's my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Trucy, you're supposed to do your own chores. How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. Must be some kind of conspiracy. Yes, very much so. Conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz hot on our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? Alright, let's get moving. Do. Alright. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Yeah. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead.
Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Wonder what we'll find here. Maybe Aura will be here? We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. It's Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep. I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You're giving me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. Just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she'd give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. Can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely you would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes. You're worth less than space debris.
Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, guess there was a little too much to look for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female? Tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. Well, which door did they open? As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear ya. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. What is this? Leaves? What are these dead leaves are doing here?
Maybe they're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes.
There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. They're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor.
They came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Well, that's interesting. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yeah.
But this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button, open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. They escaped back out of the Space Museum quarter into Boarding Lounge 2. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. Imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. I wonder if I should show him anything. Okay. As long as it's just that one line. Okay. At least his default line doesn't matter much. What about the Earth emblem thing? Does that help? Okay, I don't think he actually knows anything about anything. All right. Well, then we'll move along then. Oh wait, maybe we won't. Is there more to do here? Suppose I could go to the entrance and see if Director Cosmos is around. Or Aura, maybe?
course, the wretched who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Ugh. The mobility system has been compromised.
Juicy's knife throw was directed to one of his tires.
And the streak continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch. Oh, sorry, that's him. I like that she's now a very, like an aficionado at throwing knives.
My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. It's been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up.
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching to launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please. I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my goodman from getting caught in that blast. Yeah. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery. I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
You gonna get some cycle? Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. 3. Okay. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright, let's see if my brain is working today or not.
Take that!
We're still at the start of the stream, so I have hopes. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
If I never get like this when I'm old. Let's see where to start. This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pad. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were daring to go out an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Taryn to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Hurrah! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war.
How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how do you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because, I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety.
But it was just a warning. Could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication systems, you see.
Okay, regular old telephone.
It's been a while, planning another launch, so you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by a current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anyone tell you to go uneasy on the next serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle is really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed.
Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. I actually don't know who. Two here. Are we saying like Blackquill? Oh, yeah.
Take that!
Simon Blackquill. The murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackquill was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackquill. Realizing that, you're shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How did you keep seeing straight through me?
We had good training from Maya, that's how. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. Sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the space that having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle with relief through these checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising the spy could be behind it all.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us for sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes. Here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. It looks like I got it wrong.
Prosecutor Blackquill seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials are too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, same MO, advance warning was sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. "7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?" "That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, 'You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?' I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. 'We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.'" It's quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe you're easily inspired by political talking points. "But I knew the truth. We'd been warned. Which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed door repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? You've already been through enough. He's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one find out. After all that effort, Darren is dead. And the Hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the... Oh, sorry, this is still him talking. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful cosmos stands to stand for! Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in the blast? Yeah, isn't it right here? Oh, it has quotes. I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. I haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule is being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, it would make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to the explosion anyway.
But I thought that Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. Get another casualty of that blast. Sorry. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. Yes. Yes. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spies behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell's been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackquill told me once, the hunt I've been on for this phantom 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So we can find this phantom. That's right. We can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackquill too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, I'm done for. The scent of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there you can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. The Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. I like that he just keeps spinning. Do you think if you leave and come back, that he's still going? There's something funny about it swapping to the birds. Okay. Is this his doesn't care thing? Yes, it is. Okay. This has nothing to do with it. Do you want to know if he recognizes this, maybe? Okay, no, he doesn't care. Alright, well, thank you, Director Cosmos. I appreciate this. And let's pop back to the Space Museum. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, or Blackquill, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. Guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team uniform jacket. Same design as the one Apollo's wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Why is there a rip in that jacket? What, is that a stab wound? Juniper! Oh, Miss Woods. What brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. Hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail?
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
Well, I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here. So Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered.
What?
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home.
That's completely different from the Athena we know now. Can't even picture it.
She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. Brings back memories.
Sounds like Athena's mother's played a big role here at the Space Center.
Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. It's the woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackquill was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. Got our plates full, Daddy. Hope we can fit it all in before the day's through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Turnate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more.
Incredible. What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
I can't waste my breath on you.
After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. You can just answer me this, Mr. Turnate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy.
I don't see any psych locks, so I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me. I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. Can't exactly ignore his claims, of course. So we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself. Or what's left of it. Haven't found any new facts yet, though.
Wow, they've laid it all out, piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackquill's special brand of questioning. Yeah, anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're gonna see Athena now?
That's all right. Did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Off I go.
What bad timing.
Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too. Oh, well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
All right. Sounds like a plan. I wonder how this is going to come into play. That's the big robot. Judge Tron.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots.
Daddy, look! Over there!
So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less.
British, right?
Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackquill. Wonder what they're talking about.
Well, come to spoil our fun. Oh, just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy. And Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
and I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Oh, I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. Oh, and I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? Mr. Taryn. Hey, Devkin. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intended Athena. Jeez. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me more about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I like to hear about that incident too. Help me understand the current case better. Huh? Paula knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. You won't talk, I'll just have to make sure you talk.
Ah, yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me!
Ah, look, he's like Google.
I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab were designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then.
Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Gluh.
Metis. Huh? Just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companions are all that was left to Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, Hugger-Junk. Clanko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain. He can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. Not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too! I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. Well, that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it. To help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all. Though she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't this selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang out around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant! We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now! Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push! My apologies. I'm just following orders. Ugh. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo getting along with her? Guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. Really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. Oh, what should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Well, here I am. The office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? Hey, I know this handwriting. Look, it's a letter from Maya. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course with you. I think whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll chew you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. As if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Is it Pearl? Ugh. It is Pearl! Look! Sorry, I like Pearl. Like, actually, I think hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I don't remember which game it was. Sorted screenshots from games. Ace Attorney. Do I have it? Maybe. Maybe not. I think I mostly just have like the foolish fools that are foolish. Oh wait, hold on, wait. Is this it? Okay, well, there's let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Sorry. But like this face though is correct though. Like the joyous, happy little Pearl. She just makes your heart smile, you know? It's good. Well, she's older now, it seems. Oh, it's you, Pearl. Like that her hair is still the same as before. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. Known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look different. The explosion wasn't here, Paul. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls. There's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I want to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello, but she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days. To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Flake Hunt, she's undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. I love that. That's like the same face that she makes when she would like be like, "Oh, you're so in love," to Maya and Phoenix. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then. Oh, I'm sure she'd love that. But to get where she is, the literary person would have to climb a steep mountain. I hope she tips them all then. Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. Do you make it spiky so the prosecution will feel intimidated? Hold on, I want to try to get... let's see, let's hope OBS doesn't explode from this. I'm just taking a recording because I want to make a GIF out of like her like shifty eyes. Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyles make you bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? Hey Pearl, wanna see a knife? I'm sorry, I want to be of help, but I'm still in training and nothing about that is coming to mind, I'm afraid. Really deeply sorry. No, it's okay, I shouldn't have shown you something so trivial anyway. I feel like we had this conversation before. Can you like channel anything about this gross lighter? No? Alright, never mind then. I love that we're getting the little theme. I wonder if she'll come with us to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill. Probably not. I mean, she's probably just staying there and helping to clean up and everything, but still. Oh, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. You've been turning your hair gray. Oh, is it Aura? Yes. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow! When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Wow. Could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved her case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounce back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackquill, forgive me, but it was just the right thing to do. Or sorry, it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes-Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono. This is blade-proof glass, right? We, like, don't ever see him head on, so I don't think I ever actually realized that he has one of those, like, what's it called? Is it like a wing collar? Is that what it's called when the collar's like that? Prosecutor Blackquill, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
Villain! Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. This wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
God, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackquill, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes-Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackquill.
God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
There he goes. Oh, we've upset Prosecutor Blackquill. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? He certainly bounces back quickly. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. Police call the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. If Edgeworth were to murder us. Thanks. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so event was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the quarter to the murder. He was the only one who used the quarter to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. Guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? Can we watch it now? No. This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. I mean, that doesn't mean he killed her, though. If he's just, like, he could have just picked it up because he's an idiot. Also, the hair is wrong. Don't you think? I mean, unless he had shorter hair before, I suppose. Also, what's with, like, the bloody stump on the robot right there? It was the victims. Kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. Be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat One launch. A reporter had come to do a story and the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from some years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind, you didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence? Yes. Told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Black will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that'd be unthinkable. We have to do something. Right now. I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He was like this ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. Can't let it happen. Got to stop it somehow. Call him as a witness for evidence and all that stuff. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. But he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? No, not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! Oh, good. The Aura's wishes are their commands, I suppose. They've holed themselves up in the space center and taken the visitors hostage. They did what? No. Trucy. have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Let me bring Prosecutor Blackquill. I feel like Aura did this somehow. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Loyal, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nest person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on humans. You've taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. Hi, Dima Bino. Her prints are on this lighter for some reason. And it potentially is the lighter that was seen that the murderer was holding, who murdered Clay Terran. So she's been convicted and she's being held in the detention center as the murderer of this guy, which is crap and obviously incorrect. So we're working on it. But currently, the robots are revolting, so we're dealing with this first. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Pearl's over here. Oh, it's Pearl's. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Quanko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I err? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Yeah. Meow. Looks like he fell asleep. Must have been tired. Did they shut off the mainframe? No. He. Ha. Clonko? Ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run. It's all out war. It's the end of the world. Ha. Fools. How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages. So you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1. Come here. I'll let you talk to them. There's something being displayed on Clonko's fake screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. Our researcher is the one behind it. She's here control... This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. So Aura is doing this. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? No idea yet. But this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunka Junk kill all the Yeah, it's Aura. Princess. Hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? What if they're going to give us a health bar anonymous? I don't know yet. But the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it, retried in court. Ask about it. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. Make that demand now, I'm sure nobody would deny you. Wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If you're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got it? Now follow, Hunk of Junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. Pretty glad your stream right now has plenty. I watched this about all of like 3 different streams. Oh. That, I mean, is me making funny robot noises and loudly occasionally speaking helping your headache at all? I guess if you're just lying down and like trying to rest, then noise can be helpful. I'm glad it's helpful. Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. It's just like old times. We got a spirit medium, crazy rope. Actually, wait. Have we had crazy robots before? Aura dropped us off without a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mister, right. Ugh, it's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. Man, it's like Google. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Alright, as long as you're enjoying it. Ooh, we got a... Ooh, Edgeworth? No, wait. Yes. The car.
I trust you've been well, right?
Hell yeah. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the Euro 1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. Could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
I feel like robots killed her. I don't know, I could be wrong. This other photo shows the other side of the room. I see. Right, hold on, I want to look at those. Because I'm interested in how they compare, like, to this, you know? Victim's body was on the operating table. Katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. The moon rock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There's a hanging scroll and Japanese theater mask on the wall. Okay, yeah, there's the Hope thing. Sure. Katana's pretty far away from where it is with this. Just saying. Like, he's standing... I guess those aren't the same boxes there. Alright. I also have the autopsy report for you. Stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackquill have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
Heck yeah. Do you think she's gonna, like, find any, like, spearty things, maybe? Probably not, right? But it'd be kind of cool if we got some, like, spirit action, you know? Nothing else to talk about, right? Okay. Alright, what is this Judgeotron?
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law.
It's Judge Dredd.
I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JTO2.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet.
He's right, Pearls.
There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either.
They were building the Hope space probe here at the time.
The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture.
Oh hey, wait a minute. Strange black and yellow rock? You mean like 7K right there? Okay, that's good.
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So, the person who stole it, I think it was our spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit. Okay, well, what is this thing? What's this? Looks like a giant power plug.
It's attached to what looks like an electrical vehicle charging station.
Excuse me. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. But the wheels make it easy for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they're fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Oh, hey, look, we can look at the plans of the Judgertron, I guess. If I was cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, pals. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yes.
More or less.
Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackquill. Wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it. That's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years on his own, is he? I wonder if that's gonna somehow have evidence, like inside of it, and we're gonna have to open it up or something. What is this thing? Is this a giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones.
They're even as long as my legs. And there's a spike. And there's a spike ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something?
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. Better not think about it anymore. Yeah, all the impressions I'm getting is that Aura would probably make a killdozer. Aura's desk is a mess. Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do... Metis... Just glanced over her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Plonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackquill Miss Aura?
With the loss, she exhibited a severe cataclysm.
Catecholamine? Catecho? Catecholamine? Catecholamine? How do you say that word? Also, what is that? Is this made up stuff or is this something real?
Catecholamine. Group of hormones and neurotransmitters that play a crucial role in the body's stress response, often referred to as fight or flight response.
Ah, I see. How do you pronounce the stupid word though? That's my question. All right, ready? Here we go. Catecholamines, apparently is how it's said. Okay.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamines imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression.
She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Right? You learn new things from Ace Attorney games. Whether or not they're correct or not, sometimes questionable. Like the entirety of the first trilogy's interesting spirit medium stuff and all the other things going on there. That was a fun one. Also, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and Herlock Sholmes. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Anyway, before long she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Well, that sounds useful. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Heartbeat detection system was determined when humans present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Okay, but has anyone put Klonko on trial, though, about the, heartbeat sensor? Come on. It's obvious. Okay, well, this is the thing where she was murdered. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch that. Oopsies.
Hey, it's moving. Appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. I don't know. This is sounding more like an accident to me, don't you think? Or if it wasn't an accident, she was like taking a nap or something on the device, and then the murderer came along and pressed it and had it kill her. You know? That seems more likely to me than not. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion determined the explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective lead in the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, right? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwill's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep. The Blackquill case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one in a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law? Sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackquill's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted. Before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. Sure, it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get more furrowed than last time I saw it? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. Can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want to retrial that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackquill's older sister, and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intends to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwill's innocence.
And then maybe you should release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the excuse me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Oh, sorry, that's Phoenix. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'd be good to face you in court again. Look at these buddies. Look at these pals. December 20th. Well, we're close to Christmas in this case, huh? She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. Not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's all right. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure. You can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Knew it. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy. I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people! I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. Guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation.
But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research.
Maybe she did love me in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. Show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. This one, I think. Yeah.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Now there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too.
Oh, sorry, that's Pearl speaking.
See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job. But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
Oh man, this makes me think that like Athena accidentally murdered her mom by trying to fix her or something. It looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. Yeah, there's blood on Clonko's arm there. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little.
This person's even taken hostages? Guess I better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then?
Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was just a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. Couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon. I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
Doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackquill is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon.
How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was.
I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackquill's innocent in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once. Let's use the busted one. Let's use the explosion one. Oh, sweet. My phone. It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do.
Cruelest injustice about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute.
Maya?
Read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. Must have been really something. The weirdest part for the course of you. The courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say there? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you?
Wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
Oh, I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? You ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What?
Not Prosecutor Blackquill? I indict Athena Sykes
On the charge of murdering her own mother.
You'll be defending the little princess there. The one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom,
Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to have been that true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No!
Ooh, psych blocks everywhere. That's a lot. No way. Can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psych locks. Seen these kind of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. You sure about that? To be continued. Bum, bum, bum. I wonder how long the next segment is. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm somewhat inclined to continue because this is really, really good. The whole interaction seemed very hard to start with, and it's feeling very sad. Poor Athena. Agreed. Again, like my current theory is an unfortunate one, I think, about like something like maybe the spy like stabbed her mom or something when they were stealing the moon rock, and the reason that she's on the operating table is because Athena put her there because she wanted to try to fix her, like the robot. Though, I mean, that wouldn't mean that she died because of like what the operating table does, though, you know? So it still doesn't necessarily like indict her as the culprit. So 3:11 p.m. Man, that is a terrible time. Like, I don't know about you all, but when like 3 o'clock rolls around and it's been like a long day at work, you're just kind of like, oh, 2 more hours and I'm out. You know?
I did a little research. I looked into these special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did. That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep. That's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay. So all I have to do is break the psych locks.
According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. And Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. Had to be able to give this child all my focus and strength.
Oh, you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can duel, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Time time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Klonko is on the stand. We even got the baldness. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try to not upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
This is no trial. Nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, do you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the court of murder in the first degree. I've missed Edgeworth.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
It's good. If you never watched it, by the way, the Ace Attorney anime is pretty good. It just covers like the original trilogy. There's more than one season though. I think I've watched like 15 or 16 episodes of the first season. I think they might go into potentially some of the Apollo Justice stuff, maybe, but I never got around to it. But it is fun. And I think they got the same voice actors for the anime for this. Or at least it sounds similar. I'd have to actually check. But either way, it's good stuff. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy that spies spyily.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that one. I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose a spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with the brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captures the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did it indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Fulbright? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling. But the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robot lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother.
Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course. The girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speeches and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbrights, please refer to the notes.
All right.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackquill willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes! That is precisely what Miss Blackquill appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackquill is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation. No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. If it was really up there stealing the moon rock, then why they're rolling?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo of Prosecutor Blackquill in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? Oh, what's the conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now? So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, yeah. Way to ruin a memory of a good day.
A magic show? Wish you would have thought to invite me.
Actually, I would like to go too. My apologies, I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. But that's nothing more than conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases of the scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there to just move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Oh, I don't know. Probably not. Unless we can, like, spot something that could be, I suppose. There's a toolkit. The katana's missing. Bunch of random crap. I mean, I guess Klonko's arm could be in there. Again, Klonko's arm has blood on it. But it would be weird for Blackquill to, like, be defending the robots, though. Between 1 and 3. I guess I better wait and see how it goes. It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws there. Okay, so they probably want us to do this. I love how this goes like 10 minutes in with Dumpy and talking. Yeah. That is like all the games. It's good though. The only person small enough to fit inside the case was things like. Thing is, like, I feel like the bluff is probably what we need to do. I just don't know what evidence, like what piece of evidence would be the thing to use for this.
Hold it!
Again, like the only thing I can think of is like he was transporting Klonko or something.
Objection!
Hold on, let's see what happens if we try to bluff.
Objection!
Because that would tell us if we need to present evidence or not. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder?
I would guess this.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the card in this photo. The music stopped, I think I'm right. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the section picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... But what are you looking at? I'm going to start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it would be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looked just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
Oh, huh?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. No, it has the bandages. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
Well, Mr. Wright, thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type.
I mean, he's not illiterate, right?
When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Oh, poor judge. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next I still know next to nothing about machines. Does Phoenix do there's a word for it. Like when people like hover over the keyboard and like type with a single finger? Like that kind of thing? Oh, is he one of those? This piece of evidence proves which robot the arms belong to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do.
Hunt and peck. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you.
What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm of the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponko fit in the case by compacting or dismantling? Dismantling, right? The operating table can do that. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
Appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough metal. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackquill. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
Oh, my head, my body. Where am I?
Pretty good theory.
Order in the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. There we go. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've got at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right. What's going on here? Never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwill's theory. I had been of a different opinion from the outset. I finally had the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackquill from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something, or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The Cerakote Professor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwill's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackquill carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer? I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
What? A robot witness? Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Red has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. We did call a parrot once. This is true.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Sup, Ponko? Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who's calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes! I was there in the robotics lab. Oh shit. We got a witness that refuses to be called witness. Ponko. I hope that it could be Punzo or Puncho. But it's probably Ponko, right? Ponko and Clonko. It's like thing 1 and thing 2. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary in this case after all. This is great. Just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
It's cute. Anthropomorphize the robot, why don't you? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I'll have my cross-examination. So you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. What I saw. I really am curious if the, like that first one right here, the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system, I feel like that's going to be important in this. You know, like if the heartbeat was still going when she fell down, then she's still alive, right? 2 p.m. for a recharge. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder? That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. That, for some reason, that reminds me of I can't remember. There's a movie where people are talking about like going to the bathroom and how like certain people strike them as a like, 4 o'clocker or that kind of thing or something like that.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Mr. Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. But listen to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that you mention it, I do remember reading something like that thing. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug was actually the moment of the murder. Wasn't, sorry. I'm very sorry. Afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. Ooh, okay. By the window. That is nowhere near this. Huh. Again, this is pointing to it being an accident, I feel. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah. Sure. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. Like to add it to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics labs. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy Metis' prized possession. Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from some years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement? Okay, so they just kind of implied that we should be, you know, presenting evidence on that last one. I want to finish pressing, but I guess, yeah, we go there.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackquill. Wonder what he was saying, what he went there for. His objective? I don't know. Guess I can't very well as Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackquill arrived? And then an error occurred.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? Huh, an error, huh? Wonder if all data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Ms. Blackquill was explaining to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. that's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day.
Fascinating. So she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena, I'm going to save you. Okay, so this was the one that he was suspicious about. Fell down the room. Sorry, fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. And they said the right one, so there are no cases there. There's also just like nothing there, right? So the window that we can see in this picture is not the round one, right? It's the purple square one. So she fell down there. That's a little tad confusing, right? Between 1 and 3.
Objection!
Alright, I'm going to go with the window theory here. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved or the defendant moved the body. Let's go with this one. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Ooh, very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
And who do you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. So, okay. Uniform jacket ID tag, right?
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
Paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID. So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans had the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do.
Well, I do at the very least.
Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body?
This is really important.
Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. Oh, but we can prove that wrong because it's got a hole in it, right? From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
What if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason. Very well. Well, you can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and irrational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled into some with there. Is that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did, I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be a suggestion. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
You must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace...
Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. It's too late at night for me to be screaming true.
Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
I don't know, man. We gotta take a look at it. Evidence. Right. Let's see. Can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Sorry, I need some water. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edward's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Is Apollo here? Oh no, it's Blackquill.
Prosecutor Blackquill!
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill? What are you talking about? What I am talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on. We're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? Can I have punk off the trial? Yeah. They can mass produce Punkos, right? They should be able to. But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? I'm asking, why is Prosecutor Blackquill here? Like, who did Fulbright bring him? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I am the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness. I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please go ahead.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be?
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony?
Should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up boy. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had to move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize you could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell? Prosecutor Blackquill's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl in the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If you don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackquill. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill, you selfish...
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly down and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackquill's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. We'll get Athena here and have her do some therapy. Can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony. Ah. Athena? What are you... Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. I forgot about pain. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackquill was innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting your path like this. So this might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackquill, Please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Widget time. I forget. I really suck at these things, but I do like that we get like the animation in the background of what's going on. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, and he's mad. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. He was mad and happy. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. Okay. So the happy emotion, I guess, sure, makes sense what he's saying. I don't know if that one should be happy. I found Athena there. The happiness here, I think, is the weird one, probably. Okay. Why were you happy to see Athena? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was to look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Little head pat. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. And he's happy, sure. But then he's really happy, because he would not be swayed from his purpose. And then now he's sad. And when she didn't, I plunged the katana in. Hey, why are you sad about it, dude? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab there first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. Heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? Not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up. Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackquill is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to express his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions? Which should I tackle first? Where is his testimony here? Okay. He went to the lab first. Heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. Was she asleep? I mean, would we have any evidence to counter that? One to three. I don't really feel like I have any testimony or anything to contradict him, rather. But like, if he's lying upon lying, then we should be able to find the lie. Well, let's go with emotions first. I feel like we need more info. Let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. You can easily switch over. Heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. Surprise and sadness. Sure. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Surprise. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sex came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay, but you said she was asleep. I guess we just switch. Yeah, let's try his testimony. Let's compare the testimony with the evidence one more time. He heard crying, so he went next door. Hurried over and opened the door to the lab. Refused to hand Athena over. Wait a minute. This is wrong, right? Or is it? Like, Ponko's testimony said that they were together. But I mean, I guess theoretically, if like that was later, then they, like, she could have left and come back, kind of thing. We don't have any way to say like who can or can't open the lab. Of course, I was worried. Stab wound to the chest. Instant death. Belong to the victim. You know, maybe it's the surprise, actually. Because thinking about it, is it the second one? Where he's surprised here? Why are you surprised if you just heard it crying? Is my question. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth of that fine blade. Mr. Wright is happening again. There's even more noise now. Yeah, because then how would the blood get onto the arm at that point? It's at 100%. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright. What should I tackle first this time? Testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. I feel like we can contradict that one really easily. But I want to see the rest of the testimony. Before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay, so this is wrong.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damn me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No. Most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it. So then it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ugh. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. Hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. Hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much. The rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Jeez. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door. And then I saw it, that terrible scene. Before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. No choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. I guess probing is like pressing. What's causing strong emotions? That terrible scene. Athena, Blackquill, Pumpko? I mean, I would assume it's like the body on the chair, right? Maybe. The root cause of all these emotions is this. I'm actually not getting any particularly big readings there, Mr. Wright. Guess that's not it then. What could have caused Blackwood to react to all these emotions all at once? This is going to be one or the other, I assumed. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too? Athena is innocent. Huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, oh, sorry. Do I need to press the next button? Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So she was already dead, I think is what that means, right? That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Prosecutor Blackquill finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I... No! Yeah, but you're trying to fix her. Like, that's what that says. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother? Athena. As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because she could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to see you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than that is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put in the black case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case. No, not yet. Can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I had to say something even if it's just a bluff. Always managed to pull through that way in the past. Had to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It is just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We had to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, would the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. If you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Black will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes. Admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, You're not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism. Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. Looked into the special psych lock you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that's not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos. But still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
Yeah, she has amnesia. Everything she says is suspect.
I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
Oh, well, we have to do it now? The victim's blood was only found on the blade. Well, there's that. If it went onto her hands, then it would have been on the hilt.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction to the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. She probably saw the murderer. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Felix. Think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. We don't think it was the robot, right? She remembers the feeling of the act. She remembers the weight of the weapon in her hand. So maybe she remembers pulling it out of her mom then? But that's not an option here. See, this second one doesn't really make sense to me. Because, like, this is still implying that she did it, right? But the blood was wiped off the weapon maybe could make sense. The second one doesn't make any sense, but I guess it's the only one that actually does. Damn. Humph treatment. You shouldn't have to explain the implications of your own argument to you, right? But all your claims are just as Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact. Yeah, I know. Hold on. I just didn't like the second option because it still like implicates her as the murderer. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it can help me prove her innocent. Does it?
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again? As always. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. It's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. The utility knife, maybe?
Take that!
Is that what we're saying?
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes. This is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't
Objection!
know. Of course I knew that. What you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? They're not in the right order. They don't say Gaxa or whatever. Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
What proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Your theory,
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Edgeworth.
Just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Is it... I mean, that's like that there. Is there any other options, by the way? Probably anything with Gaxa on it would work, right? I'm going to present this because it has like the most prominent one on it. I'm going to save in case it's not that.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent?
The Gaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the it's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the star and rocket motif it's got going. Gaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Oh, I think I see it now, but...
Yes. With just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to replace the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaxa logo.
Oh, it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Order. Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. But you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Okay, enough screaming, please. All right, we need like Apollo to come in with some hardcore evidence or something. Don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if...
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. Can't look back. Forward is the only way we could go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right.
Can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering their own face, the victim's face. Could they have used the Japanese mask on her face and then worn the jacket to make it seem like it was her when it was really someone else? By covering their own face and the victim's face. No, that's not right. What could covering the victim's face have done? Okay, fine. Alright, I was thinking they had to like cover both things. Sorry. Wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. If they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic facial recognition. The culprit could have used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
You really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile on mine means I have absolute confidence? Make that pose all the time. regardless of the facts. Funko's strange malfunction. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Tarrant? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonk couldn't read Apollo's facial features through that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What?
So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer.
But that's... impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes. I remember... Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? Head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Are they all gonna break at once? Or just a few? All of them, apparently. We have officially traumatized Athena. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened. The day my mother was murdered. Sorry. The damn letters are too fucking slow. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You were safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. Gonna go to sleep. Good night, Dean Vino. Sleep well. Hope your headache gets better. Hopefully you wake up and it's gone. I can empathize with how annoying headaches are. I've had quite a few of them this year. When I came to, my mother wasn't moving.
I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that.
Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a gnome mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. That means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Yeah, what do you want, Edgeworth? Oh, it's Aura.
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system.
Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept another verdict. Miss Blackquill. This is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person never existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little prince's groggy head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence. Yes, I do. There's a slash in the jacket.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Just as about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down after that I was returning, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? I mean, do we have security camera footage or anything? Doesn't help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Between 1 and 3. I mean, that doesn't help us. It just says that, like, it could have happened, right? Video showing the court of the crime scene. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the autopsy report. Damn it. So if it's not the fact that it could have happened between 1 and 3, do we need to say, like, look at the camera footage before this? This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and we go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then, let's take a look.
There. Please stop it right there. Oh, look. He's got stabbed in the hand.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
Oh, then. Everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and masks that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket of the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? Doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. I mean, the killer brought it back then, I guess? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make its escape. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill, the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when did you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. Maybe one of the robots brought it back? When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. Right? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does that mean?
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does that mean I can't believe it.
It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I am the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor.
Oh, silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackquill.
I won't like you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work. She chose you as her partner.
Isn't that? Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I feel about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Or there's something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murder is.
You do?
Right, Denno. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. Person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then, one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting. What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them. But where could they have been?
Who was to say? Oh, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Through his butt. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Burb. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. You granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. That's all I have left in my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Oh, so he's a psychopath. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, nor sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. Monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives, and so it ails the soul into motion. The phantom indeed. Fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all you to conduct further investigation. It's not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
Everyone is ready. I will now give my verdict.
Who's objecting? Apollo, is that you? You! What's your problem, Apollo? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. All right. Saved. We will kick that off next time. It's been 4 hours, but that was really good though. It is always fascinating how like deep these things go, I think, and like the twists and turns and the ways you get to it, and like the thing that at the start you're just like, I have no idea how the hell we're gonna prove this, and then all the bits and pieces come together. It's good. Always good. Oh, I didn't realize that it shows the... Okay, well that's kind of annoying that it shows you like this. So I guess we can tell that we have, you know, this many. So probably... I don't know if this is going to be one stream or two. But we'll see. I don't know. Honestly, I like the defaults the most. All right. Anyway, that'll be it for now. So, like I said, we'll pick this up again later. Tomorrow let's see. It's Friday. Tomorrow is Friday. I am actually like a teensy bit torn here on whether or not to like go all in for another long stream for this game and like we'll beat it. Or if we should like have a nice long session with Xenoblade Chronicles X, because we're in chapter 13 and like an entire new continent area opened up. So there's like a ton to explore and enjoy, I think. So both games are very, very tantalizing to me right now, but we'll get there when we get there. For now though, it's sleep mode time for the game console and for myself and maybe for you. But if it's not, I hope you have a good rest of your day or night, whatever time it is, wherever you are. And I will catch you all later. So, bye for now, everyone.